Hi. Whoa. Welcome in. Congrats on first, Alaska. Once again. I have now added the counter to the first and second. I'm slowly retroactively going through and seeing which past streams to try and account for who's gotten first and second in the past. Because I should have put that counter on there a long ass time ago. But anyway, I've gotten through all of my Mass Effect streams, so we're getting there. Well, congrats on second, Ash. Hi, welcome in. Hi, Desi. Thanks for pressing your daily snooze buttons, guys. It is 80s. What is it? Sunday. It's Sunday. Yep. But yeah. I hope you guys have had a good weekend. It do be Monday tomorrow. Excuse me, I gotta yell at a cat. Sorry, the cats have decided right when I start stream, that's when they start misbehave. Hi, Bonnie! Welcome in, thank you for the lurk. Hope you're doing good, baby. Alright, let's get the game pulled up. Hopefully I won't have to mess with game audio too much. Templar is studying for driver permit? Heck yeah! You got this, BB. You got it. Slightly afeared to have Boney on the road. But you got this. Alright, so... How much am I gonna... Why is my game audio muted? Why? Okay, there we go.
It's only a matter of time, I suppose.
That's too quiet. Finally done with that.
Lady Athena's fighting for me.
Okay, maybe that's a little loud now.
Lord Uncle Zeus sure has been generous.
Nah.
Darkness is power.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep putting points into this.
The power of night.
I shall be a safe driver because I'm a paranoid southerner. When I lived in New Mexico, all I know is they didn't know how to drive.
Time here.
So yeah, I feel like southerners don't know how to drive. It's scary out there. So, I believe it's time. Oh, but my shield finally has the thingy. Oh, but it's finally not the bow or the gun.
At last.
My happiness.
What's that one do?
I do actually kind of want to do it with the aspect of Zagreus, though.
I have returned.
To have it,
Zagreus. Done.
you know.
Real nice.
You're welcome, buddy. We have a dead man's car for a reason. Ugh. Scary. Yeah, I'm not one of those people who, like, enjoys going out just to drive or anything. I don't get it. Driving gives me anxiety. Ooh. Your summon joins you for 30... Aw. Repeatedly firing shots that petrify... Aww. I have a summon? Okay, I can use him once. Wait, what does he do? Okay, so it's like a little Medusa. I'm just curious.
Tartarus, strong enough to seal away the Titans, but not me.
Not that Midwest drivers are any better, honestly. They suck too.
So, pal, my sources tell me that you made it pretty far, which means my usefulness is coming to an end.
Huh?
Your usefulness? What, you just mean the standing around letting me lay into you with whatever vicious attack sequence I fancy at the time?
Yeah, once you achieve your goal, my contract's up. You won't need me anymore.
Good for you, that I'll never be able to actually achieve my goal.
But only if I leave for good, isn't that right? So if I stuck around, you'd stay here too?
Probably, but wait, you're really gonna stay?
Yep, just for you, babe.
Sure looks that way.
You're welcome. Huzzah! Oh, how much heat would I need? Oh, to 3. Eee. What's this? This might not be the worst. What's this? Oh, that was the... Yeah, that really bit me in the ass last time. No, thank you. Yeah, let's go with this and then this.
I'm ready.
Oop, sorry for bumping the mic. Hi, bud.
Your father must have told you that his governance over the underworld is due more to the weaving of the fates than by his choice. Admittedly, he got the short end of the stick, whereas Poseidon and myself, why, we've been doing rather well indeed.
You forced him down here. If I remember correctly. Eh, I guess.
Thunder time.
Oh, my beautiful shield, it's been so long. I've missed you. You know, I could have used today to finally get a completion with the spear, but you know, why would I want to do that?
Dark thirst.
Because it's been so long. It's been so long since I've had my beautiful shield. Ooh.
Come die again.
Excuse me.
Time to
Alright,
mix
what
up
do
my
we got?
style.
I should have checked if there's things that I need. Eesh. To get before I can get more. Yeah,
Nice and steady.
I do my dash attack quite a lot.
Come on then. Some nectar there.
Some nectar. Hey, fish. I want fishies. No fishies. Hi, buddies. Oh, that was... Whoops. Didn't mean to step on a trap. That was not nice. God, I hate armored enemies. They're so annoying. Please no more. Ugh, of course there's more. Just keep whacking. Just...
Father won't miss a couple coins.
Ooh, more coins. Ooh, okay. Wait, did I put on your egg? Yes, I did. Look at
Alright.
me. Look at me go. Fish? Fish? Any fishies? God damn it. Why you never have fish? Suck.
When you extend an offering to the Olympians, for a fleeting instant, it appears as though they are able to hear your prayer. Or so I have observed. How interesting that your thoughts are capable of breaking free, yet you cannot.
Ooh, new one. Each time you attack. Wait. What do you mean each time I attack? Oh my god. I did but it's on the
Chaos flows through
fated
me.
list. I'm gonna go to the one that's not a boss. Or a mini boss, whatever. Hi, I'm just going. Oop. I can't attack you normally. This is very unfortunate. Oop. Ah. Hi, this is just how I have to attack.
In the name of Hades.
Alright, Zeus. Well, when I'm able to use my attack again, I suppose so. The meter. Oh, this is so
Alright,
bad.
Tombstone.
This is so bad. I'm so scared. Help me! Oh my god! This is doing no damage.
I can't.
Okay, wait. It counts for dash attacks too? Oh, fucking Christ. This is bad. This is bad. Like, insane amounts of bad. This is all I can use. Help me, God.
I'm empty.
Oh, this is so bad.
Can't do that.
Come on, it's so close. Oh, thank God.
Dust.
How many gifts have I given Demeter? The 2. Okay, so we'll leave it there for now, because I know there's some that I haven't given 2 to. Can you heal me? This hurt.
I don't suppose... No. It is nothing, little sprout. It's just... I hear such wicked rumors now and then about my daughter. Lost to me. And what became of her. Kore, we called her then.
Sipping my lips.
Persephone is what she called herself. Before she vanished utterly, leaving no trace.
Wait, Persephone, Mother is Demeter's daughter?
You did not know this? Yes. Dumbass. Yeah. Okay, this should be the last room I have to do this for. Oh God. Of course, it just spawned right back. Fuck off. Stop. Come on. Hit it! Oh, are you just the last guy? Oh, still
My
hit me.
Chaos Boon evolved a new effect.
Thank God that Chaos Boon is over. That was horrible. Are we at... What are we at? Brain. B? Chamber 9, okay. That's... but healing.
Must be something I can use.
Yep, that thing right there. No, I'm not gonna spend my money. Sure thing, bud.
Time to fight.
Oh, now I'm just... I don't need to do that no more. I will never be accepting that curse again. Because holy shit, that thing's bad.
Stay dead next time.
Yikes. It's kind of pathetic.
This one.
No money pots. Sad. Hello, friends.
The power of Olympus.
I might get rid of this in hopes of getting, when I have to get rid of a boon, in hopes of getting Ares, but at the same time, I kind of don't want to risk it and just get rid of the cast. Because I need something on my special that's, yeah. Oh, sure.
How bad could it be?
Stop him, wretches, now!
Which kind of annoyances? Ah, that kind of annoyance. Okay. Ow! That's the first time in a long time I've got caught in one of
They had
those.
their chance.
Well, that's better.
Thank you. Already at the second?
Feeling good.
Who's it gonna be? Meg? Watch it be Electo.
Please be Meg.
Again. Yes, please be Meg.
Not quite.
I cursed it. I said Electo. It's
I'm
my
getting awful
fault.
sick of seeing your smug face time after time after time.
Wah, wah, wah. 1 second.
Have you given any thought to just leaving me alone and going back to wherever it is you came from?
So true.
You see, that is exactly what I mean. To think that Megara had to put up with you for I don't know how long.
Megara doesn't like you. Wow. Ow.
Ready?
Ready for what? In my butt. Okay. How did 2 of those go to him? Ow. Fuck off. Wait.
Charging up.
Why did I oh. Why did... My brain wasn't working earlier. Why did I choose that for an upgrade? Well...
No.
Ow.
That
Oh, not this. Okay, could you quit? Girly. Honey buns. Would you stop it with fucking circles?
bleed.
Ow. God damn it, using that this early on is so sad. I blame chaos though.
That's it.
Also, I think Electo is now the one that I'm least used to dealing with.
Damn.
Why is she bouncing around like a desperate ping pong ball? Exactly. Could she just
Tell Meg I
chill
said
the
hello.
fuck out? Or are you talking about me bouncing around like a death? You said he.
Titan blood.
I am a desperate ping pong ball, you know? Did I take offense? I meant she. Okay.
No, I didn't see you come in.
Fuck off,
Don't
Dad.
worry, won't be long.
Can I? But yeah, she's just a pain in my ass. That's what she is. I mean, hey. Heck yeah.
Keepsakes hold power.
This is Ares. Yeah.
Should help.
I do have to sacrifice.
I need to purge one of
Oh,
my
I have
boons
to use
first.
the purging thing. Okay.
Can wash away my boons.
Okay, this is the one we're getting rid of.
There goes that one.
I'm hoping that the Ares file will get us
Up we
Ares
go then.
and get us
Courtesy of the pact.
his special. Back to Asphodel. My ooh, fish. Oh, Wave Maker's my fucking favorite. Hey, Shitsuki, die.
Come on out.
Okay. Could you get in the lava, please, and thank you? Thank you.
Claiming these.
Okay.
Here, fishies. I got one. Got a
Catch,
crustacean.
let's go. Yes, I put my right hand on the E instead of relying on the reflexes of my left. I do not trust it.
Which path?
Good question. Which path? Which one is Ares? None of them. What the fuck is this? Okay, guess this one.
Onward.
Hello? Oh, hi. Damn it. You were almost dead.
Keep them coming.
Uh-huh. That still hit me? Are you kidding? Some BS. Oh, hello. How are you guys? Oh, and there's another rock. My favorite. Bye-bye, bud. Only 12. That seems exceedingly low. What the crap is this? You know, but why is it all Demeter and Zeus? No. don't want Demeter or Zeus. Can I have Athena? Ares? Any of the ones I like? Stay in the lava. You don't listen. Oh my lord. Yep, good boy. Oh my god, could we not? Stay in the lava? You don't listen?
Why, thank you. Gods grant me strength.
I mean, why not? Apparently
blessing.
this is what we're keeping. Well, this is an obvious choice.
Break it up, witches.
Fucking Christ. I hate it here. I hate Asphodel. I hate it. I hate everywhere. The shield does not pair with this. Could you?
Well, I, for one, had a lovely time.
I did not. You're lying. How many gifts have I given to you? 1. Perfect. Gift.
Lord Ares, I honor you for all the strength you've given me to overcome my foes.
Such a splendid offering to me. How very thoughtful there, my kin. I am taken aback, though I accept. I know your efforts to come here have repeatedly been thwarted, my good kin. However, we have caused such violence in the intervening time that we must take this as a real victory. Let us continue for however long it takes.
For eternity. Let's go. You son of a bitch.
More bloodshed, then.
Why can't they ever just give me the ones I want? Guys. Would you stop it? I said stop it. Ow. Oh, there's a Medusa. Okay. Was unaware. Girly, get the fuck away. So annoying that you can't break those rocks. Wait. Yeah, unfortunately.
I'll take this one.
Kinda need that. Oh, what the heck. Just keep upgrading my cast to ridiculous levels.
More bloodless.
Ow. Oh, there you are. Okay, jump away. Buddy. How? Damn it. Are we done? Nope. Yee! Thought I need that other dodge.
Delicious.
Zesty.
Oh, is it really? Shit. God damn it, I just want Blinky away. God damn it, I didn't think it would. I really should memorize which, you know, rooms are which, what numbers they are. Hi, buddy.
How goes it lately, Lerny? Everything just fine?
Which one are you? Ah, you're this one. I think this one has a bunch of babies. Shit. Show up. I have a bunch of baby makers. Eee! Dodge feels weird. Feels slippery. Stop it!
I'm out.
Nope. Yep. Nope. None of that. Okay. Ow. Okay. I haven't seen the original head in so long. Where's my other ones? Oh, they're back there. That's just been great. Oh, apparently that was too close. Don't do it. Please.
Got you.
None of the babies. Abso-fucking- ah, damn it! I have no clue what's going on. No! No babies. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Ow! Okay. Alright, Lerny. Are you done? Come here. Oh, you started again. Ooh. There we go. Oy, oy, oy. Hey, at least it didn't use it at times.
Till you reconstitute again.
Fishies? No fishies. So sad. Right. Juices, kiss of sticks? Of course not. You think? Surely. Kiss of sticks.
I'll pay for that.
What does that even do? Alright. Guess we're getting rid of... not you, because I've upgraded you so much. Bye, Lightning Strike. Kinda fucking sucks, but...
That's it for Asphodel. Check.
That's better.
We're not making great decisions this time through. 666. Nice. Yeah, let's get money.
More long spears?
Come on. Why did that actually blow up? How did you hit me? I had my shield up, son of a bitch. Idiot. Come on, get the one down. Nice. Oh my god, no, please. I hate him. I hate shield boys so much. They suck so bad. Absolute garbage. Don't you try. You are not getting back up. Nah.
Good enough.
Thank you for the yummies. I really do need abilities, though. It's not even funny. I also need a call to aid. Oh god. Get away. Please fuck off.
I'm empty.
Thank God for the shield. Hmm.
That one's rearming.
Alright.
In the name of Hades.
Why is there no call to aid, you motherfucker? You know,
Consider this a warning.
ooh. Hey, not cool. God, this is gonna take forever to get down. It's not gonna be worth it. Those things in Asphodel really suck. You know, I don't think this is worth it. Where are the doors?
Well, see you.
Yep. Bye-bye. Not dealing with it. Because why do they have to be armored? Wait. Ah! No, no, no! Ow! Fuck off! God.
No, you don't.
Okay, you're gone. Okay. Health. Health, please. Or did I already pick it up accidentally? Without noticing? Maybe I did. Hi, Autumn! Sorry. If it's been a second. I got the focus. Thank you for shouting out, Autumn Bone. You're welcome in. It's good to see you. No thank you. Actually...
Thanks, Daedalus.
that actually might be helpful.
Long spears.
Ow. Okay, fine. God, you hurt so bad. How about y'all fuck off? Ow. Oh, this actually works great for these guys. Ow! So how?
Oh, back.
What happened to my shield, huh? What the fuck? Could you stop it? Given how much I love V Rising, I know I would love Hades, but I still haven't gotten to it. How far into the run are you? Hours wise? We're quite far. Pretty sure. We're definitely not early on. But it's great. I absolutely encourage you to play it. It's so good. Why is there not healing? You son of a bitch.
The vast and multitudinous riches of both the surface and the underworld are hoarded by the river boatman Charon, whose services are often tendered to the wealthiest within Elysium.
He really gets around.
Okay, I'm buying
Just
this.
what I need.
I trust the riverboatman Charon has been keeping plenty
If you
busy
do not
lately,
give
thanks to
me the special, I will beat the shit out of you. Never mind, I guess I'll take the attack. Why? Oh, why? Wait, does the thing from Demeter retroactively apply to this? You know what? Fuck it.
This means war.
I believe. You know, we're just gonna go all for Ares. God.
It's that big soul
Can I
catcher
change
again.
Can I change my mind? Can I change my mind? Fuck off. That doesn't reach? I hate this. This is the worst.
I can't.
This is the saddest run I've done in a while, which is so upsetting because I have my beautiful, wonderful shield. And I am just eating it.
Not yet.
Don't do it.
Better handle that butterfly ball.
I am trying, okay? I'm gonna scream.
One last shot.
Yeah, this is the worst run I have had in a very long while. Alright, butterfly ball is gone after ages. I'm gonna scream. No! Fuck.
flies. Ugh.
Berries, you weren't
In the name of Hades.
worth this. Why is it that one? Why is that one epic, huh? Oh, but it stays level 3. Hey? No.
Still alive.
Barely. Let's get these. I need some healing. 9 kinds of fucking bad. Why is it a shield boy? Why? Why must you do this to me? This is just cruelty, huh? Cruelty.
What next?
That was actually... I'm actually pissed at how that run went. I'm pissed at me.
My understanding is you had a little run-in with an Nemean chariot. Just kind of plowed right into you there, didn't it? You gotta watch where you're going crossing the streets of Elysium next time.
Uh-huh. What are you fussing about?
Question for you, Father. The name Kore happen to mean anything to you by any chance?
What? Where did you... Ah, the cold witch brought it up, did she? Never repeat that name again. Not here, nor anywhere. You hear me, boy? Know only this. The one called by that name despised it even more than I.
So let's
Why?
see. Demeter's daughter went missing. She wound up down here. I happened. Mother left. Demeter and everyone else on Olympus apparently has no idea. That about right?
I'll tell you nothing. Keep meddling in matters that you cannot understand, and you'll incur the wrath of Olympus on all that you hold dear. And know that it is not for my sake that I'm warning you.
You can't hide the truth forever.
Cease this, boy.
Why can I never give you gifts? Well, I have enough for these, I guess.
Since Father's not paying us any heed, what say we go with this assignment, Contractor?
That shall be of no help to you, I'm sure.
Probably not. It'll probably get me killed. However... Oh, also I do... to look at...
Let's do
Hecky.
it. Hey, they're my bed chambers. I can have whatever wall scrolls I want.
If that is how you wish to spend your wealth.
It is. Variety of frankly unplayable games. Ooh, sounds so much fun. Okay. Prism sphere revolving. It's an interesting way of naming a disco ball. Maybe we should work on the Great Hall.
Well, I don't see why not.
A plushie for
Maybe
the
this knitted
baby.
effigy of some sort of surface creature will keep Cerberus occupied.
Cerberus has much better things to do than play with toys.
Incorrect. Okay, oh, that's expensive. Ooh,
Contractor, I have another job.
petals.
Can't have too many undead flower petals around here.
Heck yeah.
Here's the commission. These decorative laurels ought to give us an appreciable touch of dignity, no doubt.
You would squander your earnings on that.
Shut up. I can do with them what I want. More stuff for Cerberus.
Work approved. Cerberus was never keen on playing ball, but on the other hand, who doesn't like a ball?
What do you think the dog shall do with that?
Play fetch. Or just chew on it aimlessly, which is also fine. Alright. Oh, you two are talking.
He must be somewhere in Elysium, you know. Where else could he have gone?
Oh, are we discussing, Patroclus? My favorite?
I realize that, mistress. It's just, I think we've other matters to attend to, such as emptying the contents of this contraband.
I see. That's fine. But you will need to face your fears someday in all of this. You act as if you can't afford to get involved, but it's a little late for that.
I wish I could give you gift, but I cannot.
What's for breakfast? Dinner, maybe?
Meg! I could gift her more, but I think I'm gonna wait until I'm able to gift, the other two as well.
Here's what I caught.
Oh, I only caught one thing. Ah,
Always a pleasure.
keys. Yay.
Dusa, wherever did you get that feedy companion you gave me? You know how much that thing is worth? To me, at least. I don't know who collects those anymore, but I sure do.
Oh, I'm so glad you like her, Prince. I could think of no one better to take care of her. And best of all, she'll remind you of me. But as for where I got her, you're not gonna believe it. Can you guess?
Wait, you don't mean... No, not from Nyx herself. Did you... Wait, Dusa, you didn't... How to put this... Borrow her from Nyx, did you?
No. Happen to value my job here, among other aspects
Yeah, that's a
of my
bit of an
well-being, but
extreme,
after the lounge assignment,
accusement.
Nyx herself commended me and gave me Feedy as a nice reward. Although, she probably knew I'd just end up giving her to you.
That's nice of her. Thank you again.
Got something in
What's new?
exchange for keys? How many keys do I have? Yeah, let's just get
I
more
could
nectar.
use that.
How many gifts have I given to Orpheus? 2? You know what? Sure. Have another gift.
Oh, why? I'm very much obliged that you have thought of me again for such a wonderfully thoughtful gift.
It's nothing, Orpheus. Thank you for all the inspiration through your song. I love your work, mate.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Wait, did you have a... Oh, you
I'm
did.
afraid I haven't much to say on this occasion, Zagreus.
Thank God. Bye.
Nice chatting.
Ooh.
What are
As
they
of
on
death
about now?
beetle. Kind of like it here. Well, I mean, if I got to stare at Prince Zagreus going back and forth, I would like it too. And Meg. And Than.
Some new decor.
Hey. I got taste.
The visage of the goddess Aphrodite now adorns the prince's bedchambers, perhaps to provide consolation after when next he dies.
Aphrodite herself. Wonder if I could get this signed.
Something new in store for me.
Darkness, give me strength.
Did you do 10 short. Love that. Let's have a little look-see at... Can I look at their... No? I can't look at the upgrades? Well, that's kind of annoying. Okay, Zeus, we're done with his personal one. Let's see. We need Poseidon's Call. We're done with yours, right? We got a hold of it. Yeah. Finally. That I need her cast, which is... Ugh. I hate her cast. Artemis we were done with. Ares we're done with. Is it just the one? No. 3. Okay. Need just one of his things. Apply hangover. Just need one of his things that apply hangover. Just need one of his things that apply hangover. Got it. Need a drunken and a trippy for that. What is trippy? Oh. I have all of Hermes. Ay. Okay. So Dionysus and Aphrodite for their individual stuff. Yay.
Skelly.
Hey,
There you
buddy.
are.
How many have I given you? 2? Okay, you're good for now then. Well, the one I need to finish it with anyway, so might as well. Let's start with Aphrodite, maybe? I've worn Aphrodites before, though. Maybe we'll just start with this, then.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep, that's it. I don't need any heat. Because I still have not finished this bit. Alright, here we go again with the fucking spear. I don't know how this is the last weapon I have to escape with. Okay, my gifts I have given you 2.
Say, isn't that the overflowing cup I handed down to you? I'm glad you like it, man. I guess it's overflowing still because I figure otherwise I couldn't tell at all.
Oh.
Yep. Okay, so I did switch this back to Zagreus aspect, I think. Or I switched it to a different aspect? I don't know. Dude, I took my hand off the mouse. Stop it. Who said? An Erebus gate this early? But that's Athena. But, well, I already did just get the dash, and what I would want from Athena is the dash, so... Sure. Oh, requires... Never mind. It's okay. Don't need it. About 5 heat. Bad enough at 3. Would you sit still? Hello. How many gifts have I given you? 2. Have I given everybody 2? Oh, no. No, I have not. Alright, noted.
You brandished the eternal spear we call Varatha, so then it wasn't lost during the war. A magnificent weapon in deserving hands.
I thank you. I need a Poseidon's call. But for now...
Divine protection. Brimstones.
Thank you. I'm not... But am I going down there? Am I going down there, Chaos? I'm considering it. Okay, fine. I'll go down there.
Let me have it.
Ouchies. Fishies? Damn it, there's never fish here. It's so sad. Why must you suck?
The drunkard Dionysus offered you his services, I see. He can be rather unpredictable, and therefore offers me a source of some amusement.
I'm so glad. $73% Morphosis is a lot. Yeah, not doing that again. Yeah, use it as a farming round. Sisyphus!
He's back again, Baldy.
Bestie! How many gifts have I given you? Wow. You know what? I have 2, so I have another one.
I'm really very flattered, Highness. You didn't have to get me anything. I mean, your company's more than enough for me.
I figured you could do with something more than that this time around, good sir. You know, I was just thinking, sir. Sometimes I am a little envious of you and Baldy there. You seem to have things pretty figured
Baldy
out.
a face?
I still grow frustrated with myself quite often and don't always know whom to turn to.
Oh, well, I just think you're in a tough spot lately, Prince. But you'll get through. As for old Baldy, why, by all means, do not hesitate to lay your troubles on him if you like. Dumped all of mine on him a while back.
Totally forgot it.
So I can just walk up and talk to him and chat? That's all it takes?
That's truly all it takes to make a friend sometimes, indeed, Highness. Now here.
I did just take a bunch of damage, but...
Then here you go.
So I'll use the plus to my advantage. It was less damage.
This time.
It wasn't that much damage. Oh, hi, pain in my butt. Nice to see you again. I hate you. Could you fucking stop? Ow. Ow.
Rewarded.
That took a lot of damage. That was sad. Yeesh.
Come on out.
A knuckle hit. Once again.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Well, his rare one does require this. I would get this. This is my favorite thing from Dionysus. But I'm trying to get his stuff for the fated list right now. Which one is this? Okay, that's the lob. Eee, don't do that. Oh, there you are. Bye-bye. What do you have? Sure.
Should be useful.
Let's get some more money. Oh my god, that's so many of you. Jesus. Ow. Good, back the fuck off. This could be. Stop it! Oh right, it's that. I've forgotten how to use the spear. Ah, more of you. I'm so happy. Good effing lord. Oh, hi. Okay, it's just you guys.
My boon from Master Chaos has evolved.
Oh, nice. Well, can't do that. Now we know why that thing costs so many diamonds and it was not worth it. It's for people who do, you know, heat runs for fun. Which is not me. Hello. Get over here. I ran straight into that. Good job, me. There you are.
Good enough to eat.
One of the cats is fussing. Let me go check real quick. Be right back. She's just being a drama queen. Alright. Upgrade this, I guess. Eh?
Who dies next? I don't remember what the triple jab was like. If I liked it or not. Yeah, let's do this. Just right.
No fishies, right? Never any fishies. Hi, Karen. It's gonna take this, thank you. Exactly. Fishy.
Hi there.
So, and where exactly do you think you're going, Zacharias?
Asked you, as per usual.
I think I'm going all the way to the top again, Meg. To find my mother. You won't stop me. Get out of my way.
We both know that's not going to happen. Getting out of your way, I mean.
It is so sad.
I'll make this quick.
Ah, I forgot that's what... Yes, stand in the festive fog, you idiot. Ow! Yeah, sit there in the festive fog. Good idea. Ow.
For the last time.
Ah, shit, I went face first into this bitch. Hey, 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 ow! Don't do that. Ow. I'm gonna use fucking another death defiance. What has happened to me? I've gotten so bad. It's so sad.
Dodge this.
Ah. Really? Could we stop it with the fucking circles? Oh, you done? Ow. Okay, she did. I can't believe I used a death defiance on her. That is heartbreaking.
Not yet.
Oh.
Moving on. Which to choose?
The thing we need for Aphrodite is the cast, and we already need to keep a hold of that if we want any chance at the legendary. So yeah, we're just gonna keep this on.
Up we go. Learning awaits.
Hello? What is that? Nope. Hey, could you fucking not? I dodged, but okay. God, I need something on my attack.
So then, Athena's looking out for you. That's good, that's good. She likes to put a lot of thought and stuff in everything. It's all a little much, if you ask me.
Thank you.
You leave my troves alone.
Come on, you.
Ow. Hey, Shitski, could you fucking stop? Alright.
That's enough.
Can't do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Steady now.
Ooh, fishy. And annoyances. Hey. Okay. Hit him before you got that attack. Right.
That's a relief.
Alright. Ow! Don't step in the lava.
Right, let's
Genius.
catch some fish. Got a
Okay,
bite.
that was slow as
bud.
shit. I wasn't expecting it on the first dip. Kinda rude. So I think I've caught all of
Here's
Asphodels.
something.
I have returned.
Have you now?
I got the
Right,
message that you
good.
need assistance, Zagreus.
All the time.
Think you can beat me?
Maybe.
Occasionally, yes.
Net, give him back. You son of a bitch.
Come try me.
That was unfair.
You die next.
Net, mine. Mine.
Wither and die. There. I got her.
This is a nightmare. You know, man, you're so right. I always need help. I so badly need help. This is so awful. Oh my god.
Chamber secured.
I'm dying.
This is perfect. Good.
Gift.
Let's keep this between us.
No. Why won't you let me give you gifts? That was pathetic. Right? Hey, Bob and Joe, welcome in. Alright. I considered changing it, but we do need Poseidon's Call if we can get it. Likelihood of getting it? Probably not, because the game hates me. Ah, Barge of Death. Oh, brand. Don't do that.
Farewell.
Idiot. Hey, you got the throw off, did you? Mm-hmm. Don't jump. Please don't jump. Yeah, he still got hit. Good. Still not done, are we? Jesus Christ. Okay, just keep jumping away. Ow. Stop jumping. You are a pain in my butt. Oh, I looked away. Never do that. Never look away. Alaska did redeem. Show a cat.
Uncle Poseidon.
So I will
this here is
right
for
after
you.
this.
Would that my father were as easygoing as yourself.
Aha! A show of generosity from my most favored nephew. Your gift is mightily appreciated. I'll just go ahead and add it to the pile. Whenever Dionysus calls a feast, I'm turning up sooner or later, hear me, nephew? So make room for one more blessing and let's go.
Damn. I do need something on my special.
The
Alright.
sea god's mine.
Let me get a cat real quick. 1 second. Once again, we have Jackson. Because he's the easiest cat to grab. Jeez. Just see baby. And says Jack. Jack, Jack. Yeah, baby. You're so sleepy. So eepy. You just gonna stay here? Okay, she's just gonna stay here. I have to scoot in, buddy. Alright. He's just gonna stick around. I'm moving that so we can see you better. We see your little face. Alright. Oh my god. About it.
For the house.
You're just gonna sit there like that forever? Is anything going up on in that brain? Oop, Dionysus. Pony says hi. He says hi. He doesn't know whether he wants down or not.
Looks like I've got a choice to make.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna get Dionysus first.
Ooh, you're in a real heap of trouble, Zag.
Really? Thank you. Oh, you leaving?
You'd choose one of my relatives instead
Where
of
are you
me,
going?
though I myself was first to contact you.
Not on the desk,
Alas,
baby.
I must respond to you in kind.
Not on the desk. Where do you think you're going? You want to go down? Okay, you can go there. That hair on my face. Anyway. Readjust. You also put the mic back. Alright. No, not escape.
Forgive me, Athena. Now she's angry.
Ow! Fuck. God damn it. I hate these ones more than any of the rest of them. They just suck. Okay, could you stop jumping?
All is forgiven, Zagreus, and I take no offense. Exacting vengeance is just something we Olympians all do from time to time.
How about you just stop doing it? Sure.
Appreciate the backup.
This is
Where now?
not good loadout, in my opinion. Okay, this is like, yeah, this is last chamber. Got healing? Thank God. And this. How are you? Oh, right, I already talked to you this round. I'm gonna be wiping up my face the rest of the stream.
Stopped anybody from attempting to leave Asphodel of late, Bernie?
Sheds. This is the normal one, right? This is the first one you see. I think so. He's the easiest one. I can just get rid of all those, you idiot. Don't do that. Idiota. Owies, don't do that. I didn't expect you to do that one. I don't know why I didn't expect that. Ah! Okay, I should not be standing still as much as I am. You are the easiest head. This is so sad. Why have I turned into an incompetent fool? Why is my greater call not triggering? Oh, I changed the button. Okay. Okay. All right.
Bye for now, Lenny.
214, nice. That's pretty good. God, I wish I had that full heal at the fountain.
Might help. That'll keep me alive. Sold.
Thank you. I am poor now. I could sell something.
Should I take the trade?
Not really willing to sell any of that, I don't think. Wait. We have a little looks. No. See. I don't think it's likely that I'll get the legendary one. Can you only have 3? I don't know. Okay, so I got this one. What does the bad influence do? I could just sell that and then hope to get one of these. Yeah, let's do that. Now that I've gotten it. Except I can't just choose what I want to sell. Right. Never mind. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and do ad break now. Take a little break. Go get something to drink, take some time to stretch, go to the bathroom, and we will be right back. Welcome back from ads. Alright. Whoops. Oh, did I switch? Did I switch the keepsake? Please tell me I did. Okay, I did.
Another day or night in paradise.
Thank God. Squeaky as chair. Oy, oy, oy. Can we just have more than one sandwich, please? Please? I beg? Of course not. Ah, it's an annoyance. My special. Oop. My special eats you. Eats you away. Why did that miss you? Okay, thank you.
More, huh?
God, why is it more? Hi, buddy. Yeah, you can block that, but I will still yeet you away. Ah, the spear is kind of beautiful for shield boys. Ooh, armor. Oh, but the extended.
They'll fear me with this spear.
Right, healing.
Yum.
Well, I guess that's, yeah, you get one. I kind of want to replace this so that I have Doom, but actually, maybe not. Let's go get some money. Reap of Hoe is wild. After Shrimp, you know what, Boney? Hell yes. Absolutely.
Let's fight.
Hit your ass. Bitch. Get over here. I'm gonna try out the beta. Do I have to opt into the beta? Or did it update? Because I haven't really touched the game a whole lot. I don't really need anything Athena-wise, I don't think. We have a little look-see. Not this. Always press the wrong thing. Athena. Nope, that's Aphrodite. You have to opt in, but you can uninstall after. Okay. Noted. Need Brilliant Repost. How do I get Brilliant? Oh, Brilliant Repost was the one that I didn't have like forever. You know, yeah. Well, but we already have 3 of her stuff. If we get the brilliant repost. We'll see. Ooh. Did y'all get up? Oh, there you are. Ow. My bad. That was my dum-dum. Ah, shit. Oh, hi, buddy. Ah, shit. That one got up. Okay, well. Focus this chariot boy. You pain in my ass. Could we stop it? Please and thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Lady Athena.
Oh. Well, I'll take that. Thank you.
Too.
See if I can get any combo wombos off of Aphrodite too. Oh, fuck my life. Nope, don't do that. Fuck off. But it is it dead? I believe it's dead. Yeah, what the hell? Shitski? Oh, nope, you're not getting up. Ow. Oh, did you get back up, did you? Shitski. Okay. Well, didn't go as badly as last time. Come on.
There, dearest.
Do a
You'll
joint
tell
one.
me all your troubles just as soon as you arrive, so let's just get you out of there for now.
Mm-hmm. Damn it. Sure.
No love without pain.
I'm just trying to get the fated prophecies filled out, you know? Ooh. Ah! Deflect those, please. Okay, idiot.
Not had enough yet.
Oh. Idiot. Come on, blow. God damn it. Got you. Heck yeah. Get those duo ones. Hell yes. It's 15. Jesus Christ. Did I pick up the sandwich from this room? I think I did. Oh, my best friend.
Both alive. I thought you were invincible. I knew of nothing stronger, other than the love he shared. Was I deceived in thinking this of you, of us?
Patroclus.
Ah, yes.
He still love you.
You must have met so many great
That
heroes in your
helps.
day, having fought alongside Achilles. Do you still keep in touch with any of them here?
Great heroes. Haven't you seen by now what they are like, stranger? Not all entirely what they're cracked up to be. But there were good ones, yes. Suppose they're mostly keeping to themselves, like I am here. Perhaps we'll run into each other down the line.
Not if you just sit here.
Thanks for this.
Thank you.
Now go.
More flame wheels?
Please no. Please no. Please no. You're so fucking scary. Please no. Please no. Oh my god. Horrifying. Nightmare. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please spare me. Scary little freaks. Oh my god, they just keep coming. Come on. Are they gone? That one's not. Come on. Go up. Thank you. Alright, big boys. Hit. Bye-bye. Thank you. I don't think I got Deuce's food from it in here. Oh, there it is. Something in my eye. Well, I guess we're going this way. Oh, it's gonna be fountain.
Bit of a break.
Fascinating. I'll take it. Thank you.
5-second rule. That was 5 seconds, right?
Hello. I mean, I don't really need it, but you know, I'm curious.
As you're doing business.
Oh, Haley. But can I take both? Let's do this one.
How about another?
Heck yeah. You know what? Since we're spending all our money, might as well.
Got stronger there.
Hello. Thank you.
The gods are testing us once more, Asterius.
Mhm.
For how else to explain this fiend approaching us, bearing such blessings as would normally befit only for heroes such as we?
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up.
You do know I'm related to them, right? The god of the dead is my father. I'm sure word's gotten around. Not that I want deferential treatment from the likes of you.
Good. For you'll get nothing of the sort. The gods are on my side, not yours, monster. What business would they have of
my
it in you?
dad certainly isn't on my side. So you're correct on that. Oh.
Now it is
that was unfortunate.
apparent that you are beneath me, fiend.
Why are you starting with your zoomies? Please stop it. Ow! Fuck. Thought I would have time to dodge that, apparently not.
Not a chance.
Ah! Why do you go so far with that shit? Oh, I was not watching you, I was watching him. Teach me. Oh, I thought I didn't have it in my hands. Whoops. Hello, Asterius. Ooh, okay. Fucking rude. Okay.
Ready yourself. You are
Oh,
unwelcome in
okay.
Elysium, and I shall happily escort you out.
So,
Okay.
Just let them try and stop you.
You cheat. Yeah, fuck off.
They know our victory is certain here.
Oh.
Here, fiend.
I swear Asterius gets more unpredictable every time you fucking fight him.
What is the matter, fiend? Is your weak sense of resolve already shaken?
You son of a fuck. You little
No, you don't.
spear-wielding son of a fuck. Okay.
Asterius! You and me, King. Be gone!
Ah. I can do that too. Idiot. Ow. Fuck. Thank you for the fart, Desi. Ah.
I see you, fiend.
Do not. Son of a
Try
hoe.
all you like. I do not fear you, fiend. Your presence is a stain upon Elysium.
Mm-hmm. Wah wah.
Lord Ares, lend me your
Not fucking Christ, Ares, really? Okay.
As you wish.
Nope.
I shall not lose to you again.
Yes, you shall. please, could we? Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, dodge. Oh,
Not so fast.
Fucking bitch. I was hoping to escape that with only using
Champion now.
one Death Defiance. Oh, I'm so mad. Please, please give me a kiss of the sticks in here. Please, I beg you. Oh, whoops. Where's it at?
You think you can just walk away from me?
Yep.
Better off this way.
Piece of kiss of sticks, you son of.
Purge boons for coin.
Might get rid of this. That's not worth a whole lot, you know? I don't think that's worth it.
To the surface.
Oh no. Desi has redeemed. Sing me the first song that comes to mind. Okay. My brain has to think of music. Will Hamilton suffice, Desi? Yes? Okay. Here's the one that I have the words memorized to. How does... Wait, no, not that one. Pardon me, are you a member, sir? That depends who's asking. Oh, well, sure. Sir, I'm Alexander Hamilton. I'm at your service, sir. I have been looking for you. I'm getting nervous. Sir, I want to...
What's in here?
Fuck. Do what you do. Wait, oh my god, I've forgotten the words? What has happened to me? Oh no. Wait. I lost... Pause. Fuck it. How does a bastard orphan, son of a whore and a Scotsman, dropped in the middle of a forgotten spot, impoverished and something squalor, grow up to be a hero and a scholar? $10. Founding father without a father got a lot farther by working a lot harder by being a self-starter. At 14, they placed him in charge of a trading charter. And every day while slaves were being slaughtered and carted away across the waves, he struggled and kept his guard up. Inside, he was longing for something to be a part. What has happened to me? I swear to God, I sing this regularly. It's the pressure. I can't do it. I can't do it, Desi. I'm so sorry.
Tasty.
It's so sad. I'm embarrassed now. I'm a fake fan. But I used to have the first 3 songs memorized word for word. Because I listened to them constantly. Hey, hold. No, I'll refund you those points. That was so sad. Ah! Not the poison, not the poison. Oh my god. This is chaos and I hate it.
I shall protect you, cousin.
Oh my god, kill it. Jesus Christmas.
Power of the gods.
Oy.
Palmed up. Enough of this place. Got to keep searching.
Don't worry about refunding. I have over 100k. Okay. I just feel bad though. I swear. When I'm just singing to myself, I knows the words. It probably also doesn't help that I'm fighting while doing it. That probably does not make it easier, you know? Multitasking legend. Thank you for lying to make me feel better. I appreciate it. Okay, do that. Piss with sticks? You motherfucker. I hate you. I hate you. Take this, I guess. Oh my god, why? Why are you missing? Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna deflect all of their bullshit. Thank you. Definitely is an interesting build. Oh, god damn, that hurt. That was fucking rude. Okay, why didn't it deflect that? Seemed BS. How about you don't do that, please and thank you. Don't you try that. Gotta love wall slam damage. Oh my god, why? Oh my fucking Christ. did I do to deserve this, huh? What did I do? I don't fucking deserve this. Mercy. Please. God, I hate this place. Oh my god, I'm poisoned. Oh fuck, where? I'm gonna cry.
Oh, that hurt.
I'm not gonna make it through Hades with one Death Defiance. It's not gonna happen. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna
Lord Dionysus. Olympus, I accept this message.
Well, God, I wish I could get this too, but this will fucking work. I'm still gonna cry though, because we are not gonna defeat Daddy Dearest. Please, I beg of you, a kiss of Styx. Why do you suck so much? Why?
Do I still need these?
Nah, I can just replace something if need be. Likelihood is, yeah, on passive stuff I won't need to replace. Could you fuck off? Stop it. Okay, you just went down there and froze. But okay. It's fine with me. Leave me alone.
Oh, good. Something for Cerberus. Olympus, I accept this message.
Is that...
Goes down smooth.
I kind of want to go down the other ones to see if I can get a kiss of Styx. Any fishies? I don't want to risk it though, because that could just take up my whole other Death Defiance. Let me look. So I have Poseidon's stuff right now. That one I can't get. Can't get that one. One of those. I could get that. But I would have to pay the $450. Okay, what about 4? Nina. Okay, I can't get that. I can't get that. I can't get that. Or is this... Can I also just get it from her? Maybe I can also just get it from her. Okay, could buy Athena's. Let's get Athena's. And hope for the...
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
Damn.
Good enough to eat.
All right. Please. Please.
After
Please let me get
deliberating
past
briefly,
him.
Cerberus concludes that yes, he shall accept the sack.
I can go.
Okay. Are we all ready for some heartbreak?
Been waiting long?
She was the queen. Queen of the underworld. My queen. Commanding reverence and awe and fear. She was not just... what was the term you used? A consolation prize. You are as disrespectful to her as you are to me.
It's kind of the role of children.
Oh, what would you even know? You claim so much respect for her, yet you didn't even respect her enough to tell her what happened after she left. But, what am I saying? I know you love her still, Father. That best explains all the terrible choices you've made.
All the terrible choices I've made. By the time you have existed for as long as I have, pray you will have made fewer. Although I fear you shall surpass me in at least this one regard.
Yep, please crush all the rocks. Okay. Daddy dearest, how about we don't do that? Okay. Would you please step in the festive fog, please, and thank you. Thank you. Ow! Christ. Yeesh. don't do that. Oh my god, would you fucking hit? Okay, we'll just let it go. Dodge fucking through it.
Darkness.
Don't.
Darkness.
Okay. Ow! Could you stop it?
Why have you come all this way again?
Again.
Become unstoppable.
Face for yourself.
I fucking thought it would last long enough. Son of a bitch. Do not. Dude, chill it with the fucking skulls. I thought I dodged that.
Here, boy. Darkness. Darkness.
Oh my god, hit the fucking
Darkness.
Behold our power.
Darkness.
Ow, what the where did you come from? Oh my god, could you fucking chill? Ugh. You don't need 50 fucking bajillion skulls everywhere, my dude. Okay, just missed the skull entirely, thank you.
Darkness. Darkness.
Come on, you son of a fuck. Oh my god.
Let's finish this then.
We're not finished.
Yeah.
You wish to anger me? Behold
You have to be fucking kidding me!
Close call.
You can't withstand me.
Can I? Can I not?
I can't do that right now.
Why is my summon unavailable? What do you mean? I can't use it here? That was the whole reason I wanted it. I saved it up specifically for this.
It doesn't work right now.
Are you fucking kidding me? That is...
Boy.
Fucking Christ. You suck ass.
I have something for you.
Oh my god. Okay. Could we not? Thank you for taking most of the things on the fields out. Oh my god.
Now this.
Can we not?
The fury of Olympus.
You brought this on yourself.
Let me go.
Weakling. Remember that I vanquished Titans, boy.
Oh, I am angry. I am frustrated. I am upset.
He's strong, I'll give him that.
How did I defeat him with the fucking gun and I can't defeat his ass with the spear?
What? Oh! Hey, you look like you could use some sleep.
I could.
Just please be careful where you go after you eat all this time, okay, Serby?
More pets? More pets.
I'm so sad.
Achilles, did you ever used to pray to the gods? Make offerings to them and such back when you were alive?
Prayed mostly to my mother, lad. I always had my doubts the gods were listening, that they could even hear. Though I suppose that if you make an offering, they might be so inclined, just for the moment anyway. They're helping much.
They're helping, definitely, sir.
Be on your way, Zagreus. I have an audience with Lord Hades in a moment. An inquiry into my recent absences.
What are you worried about, Fan? You've never given him a reason not to trust you.
Recently, I'm not so sure. Whatever you're doing, It had better be worth it.
Hey Orpheus, I figure that you've heard by now about how I bested the Minotaur Asterius alongside Theseus, the champion of Elysium himself. I don't think I even broke a sweat.
I scarce can possibly imagine such a spectacle, my friend. But certainly I shall attempt to try.
Did he make fun of me just now? What am I, composed entirely of gemstones?
Hi, Cooper. Welcome in. I'm frustrated. I always need a hug from Koopather. Always. But yeah, ugh, that sucked. Thanks for the hug. Try not to, don't you dare. You bite me, you get smacked.
Here's the fee. Perhaps my chambers will look even better with these blades ominously displayed on either side.
Heck yeah. You know what,
How
sure.
about this, contractor? My mage, Lord Dionysus, can inspire me to keep a bright and healthy attitude toward life.
Yeah, I can encourage you, Zacharias, not me. Oy.
Megari's not around.
No, where's Meg?
What's up for barter?
I'll take that.
Let's see
Thank
that
you.
nectar.
Hello.
Please take these, will you, chef? Always a pleasure.
Tearing yourself up with a bit of home decorating? Nah, it's just part of getting, you know, moitered, and then you come home and you put the home decorating together.
But I wanted to ask you about chaos once again.
Just part of
Won't you at
the
least try to reach out
never-ending
to them?
cycle of death.
It is for Chaos to reach out to me if they wish to reacquaint themselves with me. Child, it would please me if we spoke no more of this for now.
But why?
I see. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
How many gifts have I given her? Yeah, let's make you at 4, you know? Seems like a good idea. Gift.
You honor me, my child, although I dread that I am not deserving of such generosity. There is no need to flatter me like this.
Be that as it may, Nyx, I would still like for you to have it. With my compliments.
Thank you. Alright.
A prophecy.
Oh. That's for finally reaching the surface with the spear. So happy. Is there any way to check? If, like, one needs a certain... If it's... Maybe it's just random. I don't know.
I'll just set that there.
Icky.
The ever-smiling, wine-washed countenance of the great Lord Dionysus now adorns the prince's chamber wall.
thus radiating questionable influence.
It's like we share a bond, man.
Found all the flowstones. The one up high was tough. Good job. Making progress. I'm sure you're a little closer each time. Yeah, that one was really close. Which is why it's more frustrating. If I had one more Death Defiance.
Can't sleep.
But Hypnos said I look tired. Why can't you just go to bed, Zag?
I can do better.
Yep, keep raising this so that I'll get those. Thank you.
I feel different.
What are you doing, Pip Pip? Hi, Skelly. Oh, do I not have any? Well, it doesn't matter that swords. We're still sticking with the spear because we're going to make it through. What aspect?
Baratha, I see you through the eyes of the Crimson Phoenix. A new aspect.
Huh?
Who's Guan Yu?
Why did I get a new aspect for it? That? What is... Heavy attack explosive. Why does it have to be the spin attack that's life-stealing? I kind of want to unlock it just to, try it. Oh, I had the Hades aspect on it. I don't know why I would. Okay, I'm going to unlock
the
it.
aspect of Guan Yu.
Just because I want to...
Wow, what in the world is that?
Good question. Uggy.
More of a slicing field there rather than a stabbing. Yeah, that's it.
I want to give it a shot. That's interesting. Still don't need any fucking heat.
I don't think so.
I forgot. Can I... Is giving up a thing? Yeah. Yes. Please, I want... Yeah, okay. Thank you. I don't want to run the entire thing with Lucky Tooth on. Thank you. Still kind of trying to go for Dionysus, but at the same time, not really. Which ones do we have left? Poseidon's. We need his call to aid. Aphrodite and Dionysus. Is that it? I think so. Let's go with Aphrodite. Okay, we need to do the re-upgrade of this.
A new aspect. Who's Guan Yu?
But yeah, this mighty general shall battle with unmatched ferocity to unite his people.
Grant me the aspect of Guan Yu.
Wow, what in the world is that?
I could spend 3 more and decrease that. But... Oh, 30 life is so little. It's so small. This is so...
Slicing field there rather than a stabbing.
That is is so cool, though. Okay. We'll give it a shot. If I die, I won't feel that bad.
I don't think so.
Now that we've actually switched over our trinket, let's go.
Lady Aphrodite.
Give me your
Why,
stupid
you have
crush
my eternal
shot.
rose, don't you? I am so very touched that you'd think first of me among my mighty kin. It
I don't.
pleases me to know I'm in your thoughts.
I'm just filling out the prophecy. Why can't you just give me crush shot? Why can't you give me the things I need? You suck. Fine. It stabs slower. Oh, and every third one's a bigger hit. Interesting.
That ought to keep me going for a bit.
Plus 8. God damn. Yeah, I'm not seeing this lasting very long.
Ha.
Probably need more of these. Right now, anyway. Yeah, if you can get it to stab farther away, the slowness probably doesn't do that much of it. Make things difficult, but...
Should fetch me something.
No thank you. You would probably take, like, all of my life, yep. No thank you, Chaos. Ah, shit.
There.
Why did that not stop you?
Would that I knew the goddess Nyx myself, my kin. So many of my wars are waged by night. I am most grateful, and I wish her well.
Okay.
This is my fight. So quiet. Hit the spot.
Oh, God.
Tombstone. Just great.
Yeah, that does heal.
Gone all to pieces.
My, but you're as determined as my foster brothers were when my sisters and I stood with them against the Titans way back when.
Oh, but this is epic. Eh.
I'm sure Lady Aphrodite won't mind.
Hope she gives me crush shot next time.
Wretches of the underworld,
Could
this
we
is your
not
chance.
do this, please?
Made them mad.
Oh my god.
A few more moments.
But she passed.
Enough.
You're pretty close with Ares, aren't you? And here they said it couldn't be done. If I were you, I'd
Oh,
watch myself
I
with
meant
them.
to give you... Wait, did I even have any? Do I have any nectar? Okay, maybe it doesn't matter. I don't need that. I guess I'll take this for now.
That's a lot of coin.
Fish.
Payment in full. Who's next?
Why did that one only go up 7? What the hell? Oh, and doors are probably only healing 1. Ooh, Kate. So that's not gonna go fast enough to keep, like, Meg's ranged attack off. That's quite a bit of damage though, this does.
Come on in. Gemstones.
Only a slower playstyle though. You don't let me forget the fish. Ow. Son of a bitch. Thank you.
Back to dust.
Anybody else? Yep.
That's something.
Right.
Come on, you knuckleheads. I caught a Skilliscion.
Have I caught that before? I didn't. Okay, I think these are from Chaos's realm. Or maybe it's... I've only like caught one before and I needed to complete the entry. Maybe. I think this is from the close to the surface and these two are surface fish. I think.
Let me see.
I kind of need more light. More than anything.
She'll keep me going.
The reach of the dash strike is pretty nice, though.
We meet again.
Great.
Your mother, Zagreus. You really think you'll find her once again out there? Even if you make it out. Maybe she's found another hiding place.
It isn't us she's hiding from up there. Father let her go. He never wanted to go after her. So I appreciate your concern, but I'll find her again.
That sounds like information neither one of them would want for me to know.
I don't
You
care.
know the punishment for spilling secrets, don't you?
You my wife. Ow. So I can use that little shit ski for support here, but I can't use it against Hades. That's some bullshit. Okay. It's enough to do it from back here. Oh god. Ooh, completely go over her. Ow. Okay, little shitskis, could we not?
Take this.
Okay. Ow. That was my bad.
Have some more for this.
Okay. Okay, buddy boy, could you get the fuck away from me? Woo! Not me screwing myself over by stepping on a fucking trap. No! That jump scared me. I was watching the guy come to hit me and I was like, oh... No, that defiance use! The damage this thing does. Hee. And also I could have used, you know, this to regain some health. But I'm an idiot and I forget things.
I'll just be a moment, Father.
Okay.
My keepsakes.
I guess we'll keep Aphrodite's on. Once again, I don't know if it like resets so that the first person you get is Aphrodite again in the beginning of the next area, but I hope so. Either way, I guess we'll level it up. Yeah. Keep it moving.
Going up.
Fish? No fish. Alright. Oh, why am I in lava? Thank you for healing me. Truly appreciate it. Come closer. Okay, that wasn't. Ah, shit. Come here, guy. You little. Come here. Ah, no. Damn it. Ow. No, 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 no. Son of a bitch. I'm not the best guys. Oh, you son of a... Okay, the Medusas need to go away. Okay, well that hurt. A lot.
The power of the gods. Stronger still.
You little shitski. Come here. I need to heal off of you. Thank you. Nope. Could you stop jumping away? Okay. You little shitskis. I just want to heal. But no. Pain in my ass. Okay. All right. That'll do. Wait.
Extra pointy.
Oh. I see. The way the auto mod. Where is it? Could you allow pains in the ass? Gonna be pains in the ass. Yep, they do be. All the shit I say and that gets flagged. It was like, it really did not like in the ass. That's what it didn't like.
Course is set.
Ah, that's lava. Thank you. Come here. Thank you for the full healing. Reesh. Ah, where the fuck did you come from? Okay.
A palm of power.
Ow.
Gods grant me strength.
Thank you for demonstrating once again. I don't know why I added it as a permitted term, and it's like, we're gonna block it again. Alright. I guess this.
Sharpen my senses.
Coin anywhere? That one? me a pop-up warning before sending it. The stuff that it decides is bad
Dr.
is just
Jeff, you're here.
wild. Oh, trying to stab me through. These guys are perfect for farming life off of. Right there. Why? Oh, right, I have to hold it down now. I don't like it. Oh, ow. Fuck you. Wave make a boy, you need to fucking go. There we go. Alright. That'll do it. I want to assume it's homophobia, but... Truly. I'm giving you 2, yeah.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Thank you. That's what I need. I hate the short distance on that thing, but goddamn, it's what I need for some godforsaken reason. Okay. Yeah, now the special acts like, the bow, I really don't like it. I wish I could just change my mind.
I bet Charon's going to want all this.
It is what it is, though. Do. Life. Oh my god, you idiot. Why couldn't you just... Ugh. Go in between. Good lord. That is so many of you. Just gonna shoot these off and hope they hit one. That's not really working.
Welcome.
Oh. Alright. Oh, hey, bitch. How about no? Okay. Excuse me. Nope. Tunnel Rose wink up. Yay! It is last chamber. But I am currently not hurt. So let's go hope you give me something decent. Please, the extra dodge. I beg of you. I will love you forever. If you could just give me the extra dodge every time, even better.
Boss, I know you've heard a certain rumor from a very skinny individual who's uninclined to move. You best keep that one to yourself, all right? Or else our jig is up and your father wouldn't like that, nor would you. So, cheers.
Huh? Skinny individual. Skelly? Thank you.
And here we go.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
I have longed to hear the sound of your hiss, Lerny.
Yep. Oy, please don't do that. Okay. Oh my god. Lerny, can we not? Once again, ow. Could you become unimpervious, please and thank you? Thank you. Don't do that. Thank you. Oh, you're already... Well, shit. Ah! Chaos. Is there a baby making one? Okay, no. Good. Ow. Ow. Oh my Jesus Christ, Ow.
Artemis! Oh, hi. Remember me?
Why did I not hit you? I would like to heal. Thank you. Please don't do that. I'd like to continue to heal. Thank you. Alright, Lerny. I'm just gonna heal completely off of you. That's the plan anyway. Thank you. Easiest Lerny fight ever. Let's fucking go. Full health. And that's an annoying head of his. So, doing pretty good.
Hydra fell to you again, did it?
It fell to me.
Make it look too easy. It's just the spear, man. I don't need that. I don't need that. And I don't need that. Alright. Time to go to the hellhole. I'm so excited.
Go with that one.
Stop trying to riz, Cooper. You watch it, you'll get a stake. You misinterpret, you get a stake in the heart. And then you're, what are you gonna do? You're gone.
I've returned.
What will we do without our resident vampire? Well, this is a tough choice. Okay, chill, my friend. Oh, where the hell did you come from? Nuh-uh. You're not getting up. Nope. Okay. Oh. Hi, big boy. Where did you go? There you are. Then my soul goes straight to the underworld and you can fish me right back out. You have so much faith that I would fish you right back out? What a fool. Not immediately, but you'd miss me. You'd definitely leave me to stew for a bit. At least you're self-aware.
Barafa grows
And
stronger.
you know me very well. Okay. Let's upgrade some of these. Ooh, the fucking spears. Okay, stop it. Sit your ass down. Bye-bye. Okay. Don't you fucking dare.
Delicious.
Well, since we're gonna have to stick with this for a while, I guess upgrade it. Life. Easy choice.
Death approaches.
Ow.
You called? Let's see who's better at this, Zagreus.
Please don't let it be chariots. I don't want to die.
It's over.
He's not kidding. Stay dead.
Die.
Nope. This one's mine. Cool.
Get your own kills.
Not likely.
It's over.
It's Dan, you got none. Oh, I thought you actually meant it's over.
Simple. You're already dead. Hold it right there. Say goodnight. Next.
God damn it. You. God damn it. Dan, you can't select all of the enemies. Haha. Beat you by a bajillion, bitch. Where'd you go? My love.
You beat me once again.
I did. Okay, bye. Damn, I got 2 health upgrades. Let's go. Oh, but it's a boss. Ugh. Oh, and it's the worst thing on earth. Alright. Ow. Okay, buddy. You want to play that game? Heal me completely, bitch. Get over here. That is not the direction I told you to do. Okay, so you can do it through the other... Ah, why? Heal me. God damn it. Well, most of the way.
I'll keep my soul for now, thanks. Olympus, I accept
That's the
this
best the
message.
butterfly room has ever gone. More life gain, you say? Sounds good to me. Oh, I should have checked for a pot. Whoops.
You want to die again?
Get over here. Why is that?
Regenerating.
Hello? Hit the thing? Thank you. Ow. You little bitch. Excuse me, give me life. Keep giving me life. Thank you.
You had it coming.
I'm not liking this spear. It's a little bit more of a problem, I'm betting, for bosses, but for this, it's been very nice. Oh, I didn't get... There it is. Get some of this. Hello? Okay. Ow! Come here, you little bitch. Bitch-born baby. Okay. Come on. Come back. Heal me all the way. You're close. You're... okay. Beautiful. Poetry. Hello. Ow! Okay. Ow. 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 Excuse me, I need to hit this. I'm gonna scream. Okay.
Picked up their scent.
Thank you. I'm gonna lose it. Oh my god, there's still one of you. Oh, fuck Christ. Hey.
What do we have here?
That, you know, maybe I shouldn't say anything. I really do jinx myself. I think I already picked up the health in this room too. That really sucks. Like a lot. Nope, that's not what I wanted. What do I need for Hermes' legendary? Flurry cast, quick reload. Wait, what's quick reload? Uh-oh. What about this one? Lambent plume. What the fuck is that? It'll all be smooth sailing from here. What could go wrong? Uh-huh. I don't see lambent plume anywhere. The fuck is that? Am I blind? Side hustle. Evasion. There's no such thing. They are making up things. You're bullshitting. Okay. In that case, we're just gonna go this way. Okay. Why is my game frozen? Oh no. Oh, you have to be kidding me. What in the fuck happened? I've never seen this game crash. What the fuck? Okay, I guess pull it back up. That was weird. Now, to be honest, if you want to blame me, that's absolutely valid after my last message. You know, it is Cooper's fault completely and utterly. Not my stupid pooter. Okay, where did it save? Okay.
I'll destroy
now,
you.
Don't do it again. Alright, little guys. Yep. Just keep exploding. Good boys. Ooh, okay. Nope. There ain't not time for that. Okay, the big boys are the problem. If I get hit by one of those, that's a Death Defiance gone. 1 second. Ooh. Sorry. Jackson was acting like he was gonna throw up, but he didn't. Happily. Oh my god. Wow, that worked pretty well.
Destroyed as promised.
Got a whole bunch of health back. How's your boy? Your boy was happily sitting upon my mom's lap earlier today. He loves mom.
Open up.
Come, heroes of Elysium, and vanquish the intruder.
Oh, that's a blowy up, baby.
There.
Love those.
You
Ow.
right, huh?
Why did I do this? You know, bye.
I'll just be going.
Oh my god. Yo, I just need to build up some health. Ow. Apparently while I continue to lose some health. Jesus. Don't you fucking dare get up. Come on, blow up. Why are you not blowing up? Blow up. You son of a fucking bitch. How come you are being more problems than being shield boys today? What the hell is this? Wait. Oh, my God.
Nowhere to hide from me.
Why is there another fucking butterfly ball? Could you? Ugh. This is so sad.
Coin for Charon.
What the hell did I fucking miss? Tell him you're proud of him? No. Absolutely not. Starting to remember that we haven't had baby mama trauma in ages. Not. Don't bring this shit back. Not this. No. Okay. Wonder how Crystal Meth is doing. I'm so glad you named your child Crystal Meth. Truly what the world needed. Well, I'm buying this for damn sure. Let's take 9 months for each drama. Cooper. I'm not even... I'm not reading that. I will not. Those words will not come out of my mouth. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Wars waged over love, my kin. Can you imagine that? The Lady Aphrodite and I can endlessly discuss such circumstances.
That makes it worse,
I trust
somehow.
From time to time you stop to ask yourself how come you choose to fight. Not that you need a reason, of course.
Oh, Lord Ares, truly there isn't the need to cloud our little godling's thoughts and judgment with such
Oh,
comments,
are we gonna
is
get a
there?
duo?
Let's give him what he wants, and we can carry on in private about that.
Why Ares kinda? Why Aphrodite kinda? Ares also kinda. Ha ha ha.
Combined might.
Alright. I don't know if we will survive this. This... Yeah. Boss battles with this spear is gonna be interesting. Hi!
Come, Hellspawn, and get destroyed by the two greatest fighters in Elysium.
Uh-huh. Blah blah blah.
Cower all you wish. My blessed spear shall find you anyway.
Ah, what the f- no warning. Why did you shoot him? Why are none of these going into him? Ow! Oh my god. Yeah, I think we're gonna die here.
Let's finish this.
Oh my god, you dead. You dead. I fucking cannot with you. Ah! Fucking hell.
Face me.
Oh, I won't go back.
Nah, it's fucked.
Artemis.
They are as good as dead.
Why, gods?
The charge up just takes too fucking long. Not.
Thus I reassert my status as the champion.
I knew that. Yep. Spear bite me in the ass.
I swear that Theseus.
Oh. Hi, Raiders! Welcome in. Thanks for another raid, Litzvitz. Thank you so much. If you don't know me, you can call me Soma or Gwen or Nat. Soma and Nat come from my username. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. We're currently playing Hades. Love the game. Not doing too great today, unfortunately. But yeah. It was a really close one to another successful escape attempt. Not this one that was happening right now. This was sad. We don't talk about it. But welcome in. Thank you so much. Coming from Empire, the previous game by the developers. Yeah, you were playing that last time you rated it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Boney, you also want to give him a big shouty? Also, thank you for the hug, Boney. But yeah, if you need to raid and run, absolutely go ahead. Take care of yourself first. Of course, always. But yeah, we play a variety of different games on this channel. During the week, we play, we've been playing Vampire Masquerade, and then we have Hades once a week. Ocean got it before you. It's okay, Boney. Not you good. Alright, let me get the game pulled up. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. This was so sad. Yeah, that spear is not gonna... Until we get the life penalty on it decreased. Yeah.
Such tardiness is oft to be expected from your brother, but from you, Thanatos? You're practically the god of punctuality.
My lord, I apologize sincerely for the lapse in my performance as of late. I think my duties following the recent war above took more of a toll from me than I expected.
Thanatos, even we gods require rest from time to time. Someday we might get it around here. Once this accursed house is well in order, finally. Until then, I appreciate your diligence. Do not overextend yourself.
Why is he nicer to his not son? Wait. Yeah. The one who's not his son.
Thank you, my lord.
He hates me.
Service. I'll be getting back to my assignment now.
It's so cute. Okay. And come back. Hi.
Dusa, there is something you should know about me. Me and Nyx, that is. She's not my real mother. My real mother's called Persephone. She's out there somewhere. On the surface. That's why I left. Wait, just a moment. Are you laughing?
She knows this, I guess.
No, it's just, I'm really sorry. I can't help it. I, didn't want to interrupt because I kind of talks, you know, from time to time. But I just really hope you find her soon.
I trust you not to mention this to everybody in the house, but I have. Found her, that is. I'm trying to figure out what happens next. Can't really talk about it yet, so bear with me.
Well, at least we can share it with somebody.
That is exciting. What's she really like? Is she tall? Does she have your eyes? Where does she live? What does she do? Does she have a job? What color is her hair? Is she, you know, is she with anybody?
Are you trying to hit up my mom? I thought we had something here.
Dusa, I just can't right now. Achilles, something awakened in Varatha when I spoke the words. It revealed to me a form I'd never seen, wielded by the warrior called Guan Yu, handsomely dressed, and just as you described. That's no Greek name, is it?
No, I don't think so, lad. I don't know who this Guan Yu is, or where he's from, or even when he's from. But the Fates must have a plan for him and you. Anyway, I think my part in this has ended. Varatha served you well.
No, it did not.
I trusted it in life.
I can't believe the spear is the only one I have not gotten through the entire... I have not defeated Hades with. Thank you for the fart, Desi. Also, Cooper. No. Just... I'm not adding a shark command. Okay. Boney. Not happening. Oh my god.
Fears for the weak.
You're being too horny on main. The I am into reference to are you hitting up my mom? Nope. Exiled.
Would that I were together with her now.
I have not seen her in forever, once again. Let's be fair here. How? I've said worse. And? Horny too close to the sun. And too close to the sun. Yes, you have. There we go. It's like you're still here with us, not exiled. You do it again, you get double exiled. I didn't ban him, he's exiled. Very different. Meg.
Megara, I have to ask you something, please. We really need to talk.
What the fuck do I do with you two? At least Desi's like, I can't save you from this.
For once, I think you're right. Although I'm curious, what is it that you think we have to talk about?
I still have feelings for you. At least, I think I do. Isn't there some way for us to, you know, work through all of this?
Feelings, you say?
In spite of everything that's happened, and that's happening right now.
See? And?
What are the outcomes, Zagreus?
Bonnie, you have
eventually
exclusive
succeed and leave this
privileges
place, or else
here.
What? Exactly.
I haven't thought that far ahead. But I don't think it has to be this way. I don't hate you, Meg. I don't think I can ever hate you.
Despite my best intentions. Unfortunately, I don't know that I can say the same. Look, I'm at a
Are you
very
saying you
difficult
hate
point in
me?
my career. I need to focus on that now. Do we understand each other?
No.
I think so.
Help. I do not understand. Ma'am. Ma'am. Be likey your face. So
Here's the latest
please.
cat chef. Fair market value.
What did he give me? This, I guess.
I've come for questionable deals.
Ah, thank you for more nectar. Reesh. I'm clean and pure, unlike these heathens. Is wild, Desi, coming from you? Wild. A child of God until we start talking about Gojo Choso or Outlaw Midas, okay? You're so valid. What do you mean you feel slight guilt from last night's smash or pass? For what?
A prophecy's appeared.
Wait, a prophecy appeared? I didn't see anything new. But all of those have one left. If I didn't play so much Smash or Smash, I probably wouldn't have so much baby mama trouble. That's a point. Well, it was baby daddy trouble. Let's be clear. You were the mama. You were the baby mama. Look, waking up from last night with some post-night clarity, I was like, why did I want to fluck a blob? Flucking. I'll wait for the ads. We'll take a quick break. Alright. Get something to eat, get something to drink, take some time to stretch, go to the bathroom, be right back. Welcome back from ads. Alright. You three are something. Like a blobba lob or slumpton. Yep, exactly. When the blob gives you that look. Okay, Boney. How? Actually, I don't remember what you said smash on that list. Not gonna lie, I don't remember. But everybody agreed, essentially, on blobba slobba. Yep. Slob up that blob. Everybody agreed. You fuck the blob, okay? I'm just saying. Why wouldn't you want to?
Hey, just want to say, pal, that spooky Crimson Phoenix stuff you were going on about before? I mean, whoa, you just say some nonsense and you get a brand new spear? I was so impressed, I decided to try that trick for myself.
Oh, gods. Skelly, what did you do?
Relax, boyo. Just had a little chat with your old serving platter over there after you left is all. That thing hits pretty hard. So then I say to it, I see it through the eyes of the Crimson Phoenix. And you want to know what happened after that?
Fucking nothing.
So you carelessly spoke secret words imparted by the fates themselves to an infernal weapon forged at the dawn of creation. Then what? Say, did you walk up to Aegis or just shout over your shoulder?
Over my shoulder. Anyway, what happened next was nothing. Your Aegis kept on bobbing like a dummy. So then I went and said that mumbo jumbo to every other weapon, but nope, doesn't work at all. So much for your fancy sorcery, huh?
I miss my fancy sorcery already.
Why did it have to do it for the spear?
Let me see you now for what you truly are.
That didn't work. What about you? No? Why is the spear?
You got a license for that thing?
Why can't you upgrade? Okay. We're just gonna put like that into that, and then yeah, we'll take this. The charge up is so long.
One more time.
One fucking day.
How dare you to insinuate Poseidon has the slightest jurisdiction here? Once waters from the surface flow beneath the earth, they become mine. Each of the rivers, they are mine.
I guess they aren't really water, are they? So, fair? Sure. I didn't...
Who needs your rivers?
I didn't change over... well, at least it's not the tooth that I'm playing the entire time with. Whatever. It is what it is.
Hunt this time around.
I forgot to give you the gift.
I bet it could be better, so, here.
We're
Maybe
doing
this'll
good.
help.
Sure.
It's dead. What is it now? What do we have here?
I don't know how far we're gonna go in this run. We're definitely not gonna get around to finishing it. Which means we'll be starting next time in the middle of a run. Fun times. Ow! Fucking rude. How about you don't do that? Okay, just don't. Doing great.
Power of Olympus. Now what?
Which one has the sandwich? Why do none of them have the sandwich? Disgusting. coin or Dionysus? Dionysus.
Let me tell you something, Zag. I know your dad. He's got to be a real handful. I relate to that. You understand me, mate? So you get out of there and you'll be more than welcome here with us.
I'm trying. Well, not really. Sisyphus, why am I only seeing you nowadays?
Hey, sir. I've always wondered, what were you like back when you were alive? Were you always this wise?
Might surprise you, Highness. I have a bit of royalty in me myself. Not on your level, mind, but I was very much a king. Though, I'll be honest,
He was?
I wasn't much of a good man.
I don't really know that much of Sisyphus except for the, pushing the boulder up the hill.
Huh. I thought I sensed the royalty in you. Although I can't imagine you as anything besides the gentleman I know you for, my friend.
Well, that is awful kind of you to say. Though I would like to think my punishment here wasn't without warrant. At least I've had a lot of time to think it through.
Darkness, I guess.
You got it.
For the mirror.
Bye now.
Let's go, Doomstone. No chance.
I dare say, little Hades, you've some spunk in you. Why, I think you take after me more than my trusty elder brother. We'll get away from that old Carter yet.
Ah, shit. Good job, me.
Over there.
No. B. Really?
You really think you can get out of here?
Ah, great.
Think you got me, do you?
Okay, that did not reach.
That's what you get.
Ow.
whereabouts?
Little shitski. Sure. Alright, friends.
Hey, cheers, man.
Good shot there, Zagreus. I guess you got me. Now why don't you go take a shot at this?
Why are you so grumpy?
Well, that's that. Looks like I angered her.
Ow. Ow. Oh my god, let me dodge through. Oh my Jesus. I feel like she's not usually this bad. I'm so bad at stepping in traps. Can I give you a gift? Nope. Because she mad at me. Okay, fine, I'll get this first.
Oh, you're still there, I see. Well then, alright. Let's call it even for the moment and get on with this.
Let's just do that, I guess.
Should help keep me going.
That means if I go down here, fish. Fish!
I've returned. A fishing point here. That's a bite.
That's a new one.
A void skate?
You have outsmarted it.
Hehehehe. Oh, that's a coin.
I ask you listen, but not speak, O son of Hades. Whilst the Olympians, they do not ask at all. They merely send their messages to you, unprompted, providing a choice of blessing, but no say. I seek to understand their point of view, but it is difficult.
It is kind of annoying to you kind of do the same thing though. Orpho. Yeah, I'll take this. Hi, bud.
Here's the fee.
Oh. I didn't think about that. Exactly. Oh, and I could. Oh. I did a dumb, Karen. I did a stupid. How many gifts have I given you? 3? Me. I'll keep these gifts for someone else. Please don't be.
Guess not.
Hi.
May I help you with something, Zagreus?
Now that you mention it, you can, Meg. I was wondering, what was Father carrying on with you about back home?
Eavesdropping again. If you must know, my job performance is under review. Though I'm sure this job's about to go just fine.
I have not died to you in a very long time, Meg. Though I did, you know, use a Death Defiance last time. That was very sad. Like, very shameful. Okay. Okay.
Try this. Here, wretches.
Ah, god damn it. Ow. Ow.
That's all you've got.
I'm just eating those so I can do more damage. Could you fucking stop? Ow. Bye-bye.
Got you.
Thank you.
Next stop, Asphodel. Which one?
No, we're keeping that on because I need it for Elysium, so we'll just keep on going.
Let's go up.
And hope for Dionysus to give me the thing I need. Wait a second.
Hot up here.
Did I do a stupid? Very possible. Yeah, I did. Okay. He's not gonna give me what I need. So that's just fucking great.
Good. Welcome.
Okay. Bye-bye. Ah, fuck. Alright.
Hello, Hermes. Lord Hermes, sir, you've asked for nothing in return, and so please take this humble offering, because it's nothing, really.
Well, no, that's awful kind there, cuz. No need to thank me, though. Not so profusely, anyhow.
Oop. Kind of cut him off there. Whoops.
Not that I really know exactly what you're up to, cuz, but if I did, I don't think anybody in Olympus is aware of it. Or, if they are, they're keeping their mouths shut, the same as me.
And good thing. You suck. Easy choice.
Easy does it.
Exactly. Oh, Lord. Did we? Hey, Shitsuki, could you fucking stop? Oi, oi, oi. that's what I need. 15 more of them. I love it here. That has to hit some of you. All right. I'll continue to increase my life. I just want to see Eurydice again. That's all I want. Hello? Hi. I should have dodged that earlier. We stop it.
More coming then.
Apparently. Ah, wave makers, my favorite. Love those. Love wave makers. They're so much fun. Hi, idiot.
No use.
Don't need any of that. Do I have anything that pairs with Demeter? Or anybody that... Who pairs with Demeter? That's the question. Maybe they all have a pairing. Do you have Trippy Shot? Frost Strike, Frost Flourish, Mistral Dash, Demeter's Eve. Yeah, let's go see Demeter.
Time for another voyage aboard the Barge of Death.
Yay! My favorite place. Oh my god, did you hit? Ow. Don't. You're so annoying. Okay.
May this small offering bring you some joy there on Olympus, Lady Demeter. Thank you
Please
for all
give me
your
one
help.
of the ones I need.
A conscientious gift, my little sprout, and I am grateful for your generosity. A bit of nectar cut straight through the cold, I say.
Alright, Elsa. Wait, let me double check. Again. Where was it? Here. Frost Strike, Frost Flourish, Mistral Dash. lemonade.
You are entirely too young to have had meaningful experience with loss, young Zagreus. Pray to me that you never have to learn.
Well, goddamn. Got what I need. Alright, we'll probably get right before Lernies, and then we will... Ow. Ow. Oh my god. Could we, please, could we behave? The ouchies. Oh, bitch. Oh, ow. Fucking lava.
Dead.
Oh, there's another one. God damn it. Could we fucking not? Ay, ay, ay. This room was annoying. You're not going to abandon it? I am. I'm gonna leave you out in the cold. Just like you've abandoned all of your children. Cooper. Okay. Should be close. Hi, buddy. Don't throw that shit, bitch. It's okay. I'll be back tomorrow with vampires. Could we behave? You little shitski. Ow! Oh my god.
Feeling tough.
Good lord. Yeah, I'll take that.
Why not?
Ooh, and fishing spot. Thank you. Fishing spot.
All right.
Can we get the other one that I need? Please?
I'm back
Please.
here.
Okay. We got this.
Bite this.
Oh, another void skate.
Void skate.
Specimen procured.
Well, damn it.
In the name of Hades.
Hey. Ew. 50%. Ew. Why do you do this to me? Well, on that note, let's go see Hermes and see if he gives me something better. Awesome. I'm completely forgetting that I have Deuce's thing on. There it is. Alright. It'll probably send me to the beginning of this room, so we'll just look what he has. Okay, I do like that. And you're not going to give me the extra dash, so... Yep. Alright. We are going to call it there. That's the first time we're ending in the middle of a run, but... 'tis time. So let's see, who will we be raiding? See, Felix Wind is playing Lies of P, which is a game that, even though Awful has told me that it's terrible, it's no good, I still am very interested in playing it. We pray, no, I will miss you. I will miss you too, Cooperthur. It's okay. As long as we both miss each other, it's all good. Okay, there's the raid messages. The first one's for followers, the second two are for subs. And we're gonna go raid Felix Wind. Who I believe, maybe I'm getting it confused with another streamer, but yeah, they're playing Lies of P right now. And Lies of P is a dope game, they're a dope streamer, and yeah, go give them all the love. Are you mad at me? No, never. It's because I love you that I must away. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. Also, thanks for hitting the blue sky, Ocean, and thank you for lurking, Ocean. I appreciate it. But yeah, other than that, I will see you guys tomorrow with Vampire Masquerade, and yeah, we'll get further with whatever the hell we were doing in that game. We're out of the sewers finally. But yeah, bye!